Here for the cow? Damn right. All right, Algora should be good with that one. Let me pop out my chat. The main thing is Githium. And hey, what's up, Quicksilver? It has been a while. How you been, man? I assume you've been busy. You know, it happens. Hopefully in a good way. And yeah, I don't typically stream on Sundays, and if that's one of the days that you can pretty much only get, well, yeah, then it gets a little rougher, doesn't it? Okay, so we got YouTube and Algora going. I'm going to get Twitter going. Been busy? Hell yeah, that's good. Alrighty, so took a break from Break of the World to focus, but you're coming back smoothly. Hell yeah, dude. Water's fine. And hey, what's up, Space Case? How you doing? Hold on, I'm gonna do one quick thing because I just remounted it. Ugh, my desk is filthy though. Nah, I'll get it another time. I went to a LAN party yesterday, so missed all of yesterday's stream. Joined long enough to not kill your streak, though. Hell yeah. I am definitely looking forward to snowboarding, for sure. I haven't bought my pass yet, so I'm going to get screwed on that one, but it is what it is. What did you miss? Well, I don't know. Let's look at it. If we go look at Githium here. Yeah, I just need to wipe down the counter, or like the tabletop. Filthy. Ooh, that's dirty. Yeah, so we got the sidebar pushed up. That might be something you could have missed. We've got some PRs that we want to check out right now. So I at least want to double check this. So wait, solid Shiki text area versus Shiki code. What is the difference? Okay, so let me keep looking at this PR. Okay, so Shiki code block is probably something I want to go look at. When we look at it here, we only see Shiki code. And yeah, we can stick with, non-synthwave for a bit. Or if you guys prefer, I can put on synthwave. I figured since it's a special stream, we can. Hey, what's up, Tim? How you doing? Haven't seen you in a bit. You want to see the thing we're working on? It's basically a way of making socially shareable diffs. Right? Kind of fun, right? So yeah, then you could generate it, and out of it you end up getting a GIF that you can share. And someone actually has a PR to make this GIF actually smoother. So yeah, we'll check out that PR in a second, and it'll get way better here real soon. I'm curious about how big the file size is going to be. But yeah, basically, like, it's a cool animation, but the way this tool works in the preview is it's just HTML and CSS animating it. But capturing that into an image is actually trickier. You could, capture your screen if you want, but this is a better process than screen capture, right? So that's the main goal. And yeah, just for socially sharing diffs of code. Thanks, Joe. Griffium. Yeah, exactly. Giffium by CM Griffing works for me, though. Oh, where's that extra stuff coming from? Where's that padding kicking us down? It's probably just because of the zoom. But yeah, what you been up to lately, Tim? Any fun games in the works? Skin's all super dry and flaking. Stupid sunburns. Experimental Nicks, exactly. Tons of tech stack work. Really hoping to get started on the next game here soon. Nice. Music video for this song is weird. But yeah, it's a good song. So yeah, I think all this looks fine. Yeah, I just got the 2 comments. And realistically, I could fix the things as well. So we'll see if Salmon makes it in today before we kind of need to wrap up. It's still only 571 KB. Oh, interesting. So they're the same size. Really? Okay, it's double the size. But actually, that's still pretty reasonable. That's awesome. And yeah, I believe when we looked at the code, it wasn't really that complicated. Yeah, there's a lot of like extra cruft because each frame is like a fully encoded image, whereas like video can reuse data from previous frames. So yeah, it is tricky. And I think WebP is trying to fix that here soon, right? Yeah, this is awesome. APNG, I forgot about that, but doesn't that also do the same thing where it's also like a fully encoded image in each frame? I don't know. Yeah, I haven't looked at APNG yet. Yeah, WebP is not well supported yet. Okay, so APNG has 24-bit color. No, that's fine. So higher color fidelity, smoother animation. Supports transparency, while GIF does not. That's huge. Often smaller. And I'm guessing that's because they might not be like re-encoding everything, or it just uses a better encoder. Yeah, so the fact that it is smaller, good call. Yeah, it might not be encoding the whole thing. Yeah, good call, Tim. I wasn't aware of APNG. Well, this person's now saying that it's as large or larger. Okay, so hold on. No, so it looks like APNG doesn't actually like reuse data from frame to frame. So WebP does reuse temporal and spatial similarities, right, for efficiency. GIF and APNG do not, theoretically. And what that really ends up meaning is that APNG, while encoding the full frames, at least is a better encoding format, right? Like it's just, more compact. Frame speed data and extra animation frames are stored in extra chunks. To me, that doesn't say that it's actually reusing data from frame to frame, though. In the same way that, like, video codecs do. Like, I don't think that statement is saying that specifically. Yeah, no worries. I just wanted to make sure, like, that I was understanding it better. So yeah, just making sure. No, you're good. And yeah, sorry if I was a bit harsh when you were in here last. That's on me. I'm sorry about that. It's just that I was like in the middle of doing what you recommended, you know? So yeah, I don't know. It's still my fault. Thanks. All right. So yeah, makes sense. But yeah, this is great. Yeah, very awesome. Thank you, Larobi, if you're out there. Yes, exactly. Yep. Yeah, so WebP would do it, but APNG doesn't. But still, because it's a better encoding, then it's, better value anyway. All right, so the part that I left on for this is I want to do a store for a bunch of our like settings. Yeah, it makes sense. And yeah, PNG even stands for like portable network graphics or something like that, right? Portable network graphics, yep. Unofficially, the initials PNG stood for the recursive acronym PNG's not GIF. That's awesome. That's actually amazing. That's actually amazing. Hey, what's up, Crusetto? How you doing? Yeah, what you up to? All right, so const, we'll just call this snippet settings. And we should be able to bring that in. What's up, Jama? Jumao? How do I pronounce your name? Sorry. All right, so I think I need to double check the solid docs for Create Store. Shumao. Was that close enough? I probably didn't do like the I part well enough. Shumao. Okay. Yeah, I can try and get that. I'll at least remember the pronunciation. My pronunciation will probably get worse. So yeah, just feel free to correct me. You know, if I start messing it up again. But you've been playing around with some new approaches to make RAG-style LLM apps a bit better, mostly experimenting. Nice. The AI overview on Google is all right sometimes. I wouldn't say it's consistently good. There's certain things that it's fine for. I would definitely want to just use the docs for this though. Yeah, for some things it's okay, for other things it's not great. Yeah, you're not missing much. Yeah, yeah, what was the one like people put glue in pizza or whatever? Pulled it from some Reddit thread. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. I mean, if it's that good Elmer's, obviously that's the good stuff. All right, so they say refer to the API documentation, but they don't link to it. I find that kind of annoying. So here's my guess. Props. Props are actually a store under the hood, aren't they? I think they are. Jesus, really? That sounds terrible, Minoix. Was that actually a thing? Yikes. Jesus. That's actually a thing, huh? All right. Well, looks like the Google AI needs some work still then. All right, so we want to go into editor now. What's up, Moshiko? Yeah. Yeah, so each page or route is going to manage the snippet settings store because on the main route, it's coming from like where you have things persisted. And in the specific like saved snippet view, that data is coming from the server, right? So the place where the data coming into this component changes, but this component shouldn't actually care. It should just bubble the values back up and let the route decide what to do with it. That's the main goal. Did I actually call it code left and code right in the database? I think I did. Yeah, let me look at the schema real quick. It is code left, code right. So we're going to keep that consistent. Oop. All right, so then code left, code right. That's what we call it now. Eventually, it'll just be like an array of states. But that's a stretch goal. I don't know if we'll get like the like 3 or like, more than 2 kind of like animation states. I don't think we'll get that going until after the hackathon submission. Yeah. All right, so let's continue along. That is on there. Maybe because it's broken, it's not working. All right, so that doesn't fix everything because snippet ID here was actually not supposed to be that way. All right, and then, yep, those were also not supposed to be changed. Okay, so hold on. Set store function instead of setter. Yes, that was a mistake. There we go. Um, Theoretically, the user shouldn't be able to get into a state like that. It's just to appease the type safety. I think there's got to be some way maybe I can tell it that like the value the user types in shouldn't work. I'll have to see about that. But yeah, Godleak. I just discovered the like the path like syntax or whatever. It's really powerful. Like really cool. Yeah, I think it's fine for now. Exactly. Yeah, yeah, it's really cool. Oh, and here's how I got around it for the select. So similar. And yeah, Automaven's nailing it on these refactors. Nailing it. Yeah. And I keep saying Automaven. I mean Super Maven. Whoops. No, yeah, sorry. Yeah, brain fart. I don't know why. Sorry. You're like, ooh, what's this? No, just brain farting. You smell that? We're getting close. Almost done. I heard this song in the lift when I was in San Fran. It was nice. Yeah, it's a solid song. When I was in high school, you know, nah, not necessarily high school, junior high, I think is when this song came out. I was a corn kid. So I was not a fan back then. But yeah. Yeah, it's definitely grown on me. Especially because like that song Favorite Game, like they're actually like a cool band. Like this is like, super like poppy BSy, but it's actually a good one. But yeah, look at that grin. I definitely don't trust that kid. What up, latest? How you doing? Cressetto and Godbleak and anyone else who's like somewhat newer. That photo is only available and published because chat collectively donated 1 million channel points to make it happen over the course of a month. 1 million channel points. Yeah, exactly. Like I stream a lot. Like we have a couple viewers who actually have over 1 million channel points. Yeah, gets pretty crazy. All right, so we'll call that good. Why is it still complaining about this, though? Oh, because it's snippet settings now. That's right. Yeah. You got 931K? Dude, that's crazy. That's crazy. Um, I think it is. Yeah, I've done stuff with Vue, Angular, React, of course, Ember, even, like back in the day, especially. Um, Svelte. But yeah, I haven't really built anything larger with Solid. Let me point out though, like I wouldn't say it's like the absolute first one because I did do boringer avatars. I don't pick favorites. If you have a specific thing you're trying to accomplish, that would actually help decide, but without any criteria, there is no such thing as a favorite, right? You shouldn't pick favorites that way. So I do have this library that's built with mitosis that then does have like a solid output, and learning about solid and doing some of this stuff, you know, was fun. So I did technically do this last year in like February, something like that, maybe March. Now, keep in mind, Boring Avatars was a React library that I didn't create, someone else made. But I wanted to use it in other places. And, I just decided, hey, let's use mitosis to generate framework components for all this because they all kind of had their own individual like versions for each like framework. And that meant that they would get varying degrees of like bug fixes and maybe like new styles and blah blah blah. Instead, if we could centralize it, maybe it's a little better. And do I still snowboard in the winter? Yes, I do. I need to buy my pass for this year, but yeah, that's the goal. So yeah, if you're not aware of what these things are, it's not an image you would download for every user. Instead, it's a single JavaScript library that you would then just run by passing someone's user ID or name into it, and it is different based upon the value that you pass in. So, yeah, basically each one of these names is being passed in to generate the image. And you'll notice that sometimes, there's overlap, right? Like Gertrude Stein and Mary Roebling here have the same image. But it's varied enough that you can just have this as like a good placeholder image. Right? And there's different styles too, like Ring or Bauhaus or Sunset and blah, blah, blah. So it's a nice way of just doing like default user images in a better way than just, silly old Gravatar. You can pick the flavor that matches up to your app a little bit better. I think this is actually a bug. Let's go look at Marble. No, Marble does look like it's black. Yeah, no, I guess it's fine. I thought Marble ended up being a different... Like, if we go look at boring avatars, I think their Marble does look different. So that's a bug on my part. Yeah. Oh, no. Yeah, they got plenty of black characters there. Like, okay. But, yeah. Yeah, it was fun to make. Just like porting their logic into mitosis and then using mitosis to generate all these other things. And we could even generate it into web components via stencil. Like, I think there's a couple other flavors that we just didn't get to, but it was a good, fun little like hackathon project. I don't even think it was for a hackathon, but it was just something quick and easy, you know? So yeah, fun project. So yes, I did do something with Solid before, but this is the first application I've really built with Solid. Technically, the demo is a Solid application too. So I don't know, but much smaller scope. All right, so do I need to create an effect based on this resource? I think I do, right? Thanks, Laboom Slang. And yeah, how you doing? Yeah, for people who haven't been here, let's watch this real quick. I love watching this video. I like reminiscing. And yeah, like Cressetto, if you're still out there, and whoops, that was not it. Oh, come on. They auto-completed it. What? There we go. Yeah. So, yes, if you're not aware, I was a sponsored snowboarder. The quality is not ideal. Because, again, it's 2006. I believe they hold a party recompressing this every year. So yeah, I got free gear. Never got a paycheck, though. But yeah, I was a snowboard bum for 10 years straight, riding 150 days a year. So the places where you see trees, that's Stevens Pass. If you don't see any trees and you see dirt, that's Mount Hood. And I ended up getting better than this, too. All right, this was my sponsor me video. This is when I first got sponsored. And this is where the music pumps up. This is where the better clips actually start. That was the best I've ever done that trick, and it was in competition, too. I don't really do flips. I do spins, but they do sometimes get corked. And flips are actually relatively easy. It's about the fear factor of it more than anything. A flip is just a 360. right? Just a different axis. So once you actually understand that, they're not that hard. I've definitely done front flips before. I just don't like doing them anymore. I've done accidental backflips a few times. Where you get bucked and you just go with it. Like, came down feet first. Didn't ride away for long enough to count it, though. But yeah. No, flips are not hard. It's just a 360. The only hard part about it is committing to it. That's it. I'd actually posit that doing a flat spin is harder than flipping, right? Corking is actually really easy. And you know the trick? Like the way to do a flat spin versus a corked spin? It depends on like where you look when you initiate the spin. If you look over your shoulder, you'll typically spin flat. If you look under your shoulder, you'll typically cork. And most people look under their shoulder when they spin because they want to like look for the landing, right? So it actually takes more confidence to do like the flat spin over the shoulder. Cork spins look cooler though. Another quick tip. If you're riding rails and you want to do like a front board or a board slide and then bring it back instead of continuing over, the only difference in how you do that is how your shoulders work. So you basically want to like counter rotate with your shoulders. And then when you're coming off the rail, you just pull them back and it causes your like hips to like rotate back. So basically you want to like pivot your shoulders towards the direction that you want to bring your legs back to. Because then as you're pulling it back, your body like counterbalances. And you can even like do it in your chair, right? Like sit here in your chair and just like reach your arms across. You're naturally going to want to like twist your hips the opposite direction. And then when you pull back, you know, some cool little tips and tricks if you ever want to learn tricks on a snowboard. All right, so one thing is we are not making this store persisted. How do we do that part? Can we just do make persisted solid JS store? Can we just use that same primitive? Looks like we can. Okay, that's easy. This is my favorite LCD sound system song for sure. All right, so yeah, our persistence is working now too. Like a glove. All right. All right, so let me double check inside of here. Yep, we cleaned that up massively. So yeah, a lot of boilerplate goes away. We get into here. We do still need some of these other, like, extracted signals. I do think I end up needing an effect in here, though. No, I prefer atomic state management with something like Yotai. If you end up setting up your state in a specific way with Yotai, using derived state, you can actually get rid of a whole bunch of use effects in your React applications. Like a whole bunch of them. So yeah, I really like the derived state approach to atomic state. Right? Like, it's been long enough. I can show this, I think. For a job I ended up getting, this is my state for a tic-tac-toe game. And basically, I derive the game state, right? And, you know, there's the types for it and all that stuff. But then we can have our getters and setters, so our current game is just the latest new game, right? Like, boom. The game result state is derived as well. So when I actually update this, anything that's depending upon it, right, using this get, also then reruns, and the value will update, you know, reactively where I'm using it in the app. So you can actually set most of your game logic and state logic that way in these, like, atomic stores. And then over in my actual, like, game, you know, the game itself is ending up, like, really simple. Now, I do have, like, local state for the components, sure, but not the global state that the, you know, the entire, like, app cares about. So I do still have some effects for fetching from the server. But, you know, that's about it. Whereas, yeah, there would be a whole bunch of other use effects for determining whose turn it is, determining, you know, what the result of the previous game was. All that stuff, right? Keeping a running tally of who's winning the most games. All that just becomes really simple if you can make the state itself drive itself. So yeah, I really like it. And yeah, no, that was a totally valid question. No worries there. I mean, it's hard to avoid state, right? It's almost impossible. You're going to have things that are state for a component that shouldn't actually be kept as part of, like, your global state. You know, component local state, you can't avoid that. Now, use effect, sure. There's often other ways to get around using use effect, but even then, sometimes you still need it. Things like intervals, scroll handlers, like event listeners, you know? But yes, I understand, like, using use effect as little as possible is definitely a goal because there's a lot of foot guns to it. But yeah, I struggle to see, like, how you could really avoid using use state. All right, so all right, that part looks fine to me. That part's looking okay. Oh, and I see what's going on with offset Y. Yeah, I don't know if it makes sense to make the offset actually grow like that. I mean, this is definitely the front end because you're seeing it. So, nope, don't be sorry, but I think if you really thought about that, it might have answered the question itself. All right, so let me double check this. We'll say foo. Oh, did I kill the server? I did kill the server. So that definitely wouldn't work. That's a good quote, for sure, Jindrak. There actually is such a thing as a middle end depending on what you're building. So if you've ever heard of the idea of a back end for front end, or a BFF, that is actually like a middle end, right? Because your BFF is consuming the canonical API, but it's still giving you like simpler requests from your front end. So yes, BFF is a middle end, actually. And BFFs are really nice because you may want to like simplify your front end logic by making just one request, but you don't want your like canonical REST API that is serving more teams than just yours to have to make something that is just for your application. So then you can have that middle BFF actually do like the aggregation and give you like types and other props and things like that that you don't get from the canonical API. So it's a really nice pattern. Only makes sense when you're, you know, when you're at a very large organization such as Netflix. They are big on BFFs. I think they even coined the term. Used to work in the back end? Nice. All right, so we're loaded up. Ooh. So we do see code left and code right. We do see it come back on the response. But then when we fetch it, we also see it come back on the response. Oh, hold on. Did I forget to save that create effect? Yeah, I just forgot to save the create effect. So the create effect was absolutely necessary. Maybe? Where's the music? Should be going. If you're asking what is the music, there's the song command, exclamation point song. I really like this song. All right, so something about our state for the left and right there is not up to date. We're basically asserting that it's not undefined, though. Right, because it's a function. Oh, that's a good call. Right, I need to assign it to a local variable. That's a very good point. Would you say that is the right approach? Just shadow it to a local variable inside of the effect? Okay. I don't know if we need to do that. That sounds about right. Githium is the thing we're building. So we've got code, hidden code. Those are fine. We've got this effect that should be working, but that's for like the preview. So then here in tabs, right, code left, and code right. Why is that not updating reactively? You got any thoughts there, Godbleak? I know there's something probably simple I am missing, and we can Google for it here in a bit. Yeah, I feel like that, I guess that effect isn't the thing. I definitely want to avoid shadowing those into a local signal, though. But maybe that's the only way to do that. And then do an effect to set that signal. So basically, we are fetching the value from the server, and it is coming back with a code left and a code right value. But here, when we try and load it using a create resource, those values are not making it in here. We do see that it is definitely there in our effect for setting the settings from the snippet. But it just seems like, for some reason, these values are not populating into these fields, which is strange. If we do our preview, Oh, we got a centering issue there that we'll have to fix, which is kind of funny. This is how all code should be written, right? Right? Center align your code. What's stopping you from coding like this? How's it going, Leah? If I click back, we see it. So it's just on the initial render. Oh, God, no. Fibonacci spacing? Yeah, exactly. Right? Fibonacci is actually kind of genius because once it becomes unreadable, your cyclomatic complexity is probably too high, right? So yeah, what part of the code would you like to see? I mean, it doesn't look too bad. This looks great. Pretty sure our GIF will generate with that too. I want to see it first real quick. Yeah, the crunching is no good, right? The way the get element by ID gets smaller. Yeah, so let's look at that. Okay, so here in editor, no, let's start from the top level. So here in this route, we have a create resource that is fetching the snippet from the API. We have the store that we are then going to be using for reactivity. And then we have our create effect, which is setting our store that is like shadowing the resource that we fetched. And we do see that this effect is working exactly as we want. Right? Like it has the values we care about. But on the initial render, these values aren't in there. So if I just refresh again, I'll demonstrate the issue again. And empty. So then we can go inside the editor where the value is being passed. And pretty much all we're doing is taking the prop, which has snippet settings here. We've got our component local state, like toggling things and, creating the signal, whether we're looping, like all that stuff. The code and hidden code are just for rendering. So it's on like the second tab. So that shouldn't actually be an issue. And then the place that we're bringing those in, it's here in tabs content, right? props.snippetsettings.code left, props.snippetsettings.code right. It's a store, and we're passing that store directly. So I thought store was reactive, and it should be good to go. Is that not the case? Right? I thought stores were still a proxy, which is basically just a signal, right? Yeah, so store is reactive. So yeah, this is like really curious to me that that's just not working. Now I'm pretty sure a hack would be we could just shadow the code left and right from snippet settings, but that doesn't feel like the right approach. So yeah, if there's no like obvious fix to you, shadowing the value into a signal via create signal might be what we have to do. But it doesn't sound right, you know? No, it's fine. Um, I can push it up and we can merge it. And then you could look at the code on your own if you want, like totally fine. All right, I'm okay calling that just a bug, and then we issue a fix commit if we discover it. But what we got so far is already massively improved for just making this component easier to deal with. Let's at least figure out why this is centered, but the main one isn't. Right? So something is going on between the two different pages. And it's probably this. All right, so that's that page. We head back to here. That at least helps a bit. I want to do just one thing to the editor styling wise. It's the place where we're seeing preview. Oh no, we do want that to be centered. Yeah. Yeah, we'll leave that for now. And yeah, I consider this like a massive step in the right direction anyway, so I don't mind this being like a work in progress commit because it's already broken like in prod on like the saved snippet page. So this is definitely like a massive improvement. Right? Like I don't like breaking things, but if it was already broken and now it kind of works, that's still a massive step up for, you know, side projects like this. And yeah, what's up, Susa? How you doing? You trying to take some of those ideas? I wouldn't recommend that. If it's not an idea you came up with, you're not going to have like the desire to see it through. It works for jobs because they're paying you. But if you're building your own project, you really want something that resonates with you so you can stick with it. When you say possibilities, what do you mean? So is your SaaS going to be like a Trello competitor kind of thing? We don't know about that. We can have a benefit of the doubt for him, but I am a little hesitant to share until I understand why. English only, please. Sorry. I hold everyone to the same rule, so I have to enforce it evenly. No, no, you're good. So thinking about creating a micro SaaS, like, what is the micro SaaS? Or are you looking for inspiration for what that SaaS could be? And that's why I'm hesitating, because I don't think that's valuable for you. And I will point out most of the software as a service ideas that I do have are they're much larger than a micro thing. Like most of my software as a service ideas are way too ambitious. See, I'm not good at the micro SaaS kind of idea. No, that's actually not a bad idea, Larobi. That's kind of genius, for sure. And if that's the reason they want to look, like, hey, what types of ideas do I kind of like categorize and keep? Well, then, yeah, that could be worth it. That sounds like actually a really good micro SaaS. Right? Use AI to evaluate the scope, things like that. Like, there could be a lot of like power for like generative AI stuff and like, analysis via AI. Yeah. Yeah, I feel like there could be something really cool there. No, no, it's fine, Sousa. Like honestly, you could steal an idea and it'd be fine because the big problem I have with even encouraging that at all is that you can steal ideas, you can't steal vision, right? So if you start building something off of a borrowed idea, you'll never have the vision to see it through. It's also similar to why I don't mind building my startup ideas here on stream, because if someone's going to steal what I make on stream, they are not capable of actually seeing it through. So that's the main reason I push back on that, right? Like ideas are cheap. Ideas are not some magical special sauce, and I could share them with you, but I'm just trying to like actually explain why taking someone else's idea isn't usually that smart unless it really resonates and inspires you and you think it could go a different direction than what they're doing, right? But just for the most part, I could do the thing you ask for, but I'd rather explain and chat through it because I think there's more value to that, for you as a regular viewer, someone that I consider part of the community, just trying to actually help you out. But often when it comes to giving advice, you need to tell the person what they need to hear, not not necessarily what they want to hear. And that's what I'm trying to do here. Like, you know. Now, a platform for lawyers, what would that platform do? Right? Like, a platform for lawyers is still extremely broad. And if that's your description, I don't know if you've thought the idea through enough. So that's where you need to like really like iterate upon the idea and solve an actual problem. Like, what is the platform for lawyers going to do? What is their problem that they need a tool to solve for them? And you don't have to say, right? Like, if you're worried about it, like a Trello for lawyers. Okay. And how would that work? Like, why would lawyers use that instead of anything else? Like, why would they use that instead of, you know, if they want to use a project management tool, why wouldn't they just use Linear? Like, what do you think you can solve better? Ooh, Lawyer Hub. Ooh, there you go. I could actually see that being really interesting. Bunch of lawyers just making videos trying to explain things or like talking about previous projects they worked on or something. That could be interesting. You could actually just release it to one of those sites and be fine, right? Like, prove out the idea. Get some people posting content to those sites. Like, there's people who post educational content to one of the other hubs, which is kind of funny. Sure. Okay. So I get that, Sousa. Like, I would say you need to actually chat with lawyers about how they would want to use Trello for what they do day to day, right? What different types of like tracking and task management tools would even make sense. So, yeah, I would say before you get too deep into building it, you should actually chat with some lawyers and identify what you would solve with a ready-made product. Because right now it still does sound a bit vague. Like, you need to have like action items. Yep. So yeah, you need to be scheduling interviews with people that you know who are lawyers that are willing to, you know, give you a free consultation or whatever. So that's the thing there, Goob. Maybe it's a suite of tools for the paralegals to deal with. So maybe talking to lawyers would be a good start, but instead you want to talk to their paralegals. That could be part of it, right? Because paralegals do all the grunt work. So, yeah, doing something to help paralegals organize things and present their findings and blah, 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 right? Maintain and track evidence and, you know, things like that and make it searchable. Yeah, you might be onto something there. Yeah, so like paralegals spend a lot of time just crafting reports and organizing information for the lawyer they work for. If you make that process easier, then you're good. But you need to talk to them about what about the process could be easier. You know, instead of wasting time creating these documents, you can auto generate these documents for the lawyer to use in court. And then, yeah, you might be good to go. So, yeah, I would say talk to lawyers first and then ask if you could talk to their team, right? The paralegals and like other people that actually make stuff happen. Right? Tracking, you know, witnesses, tracking testimonials, tracking all that stuff and making it easily searchable. I really do think you're onto something with like the information management aspect of, you know, law. So I think you're really onto something here. And I don't even think you need my Trello board at this point because we were able to like chat about it instead. But if you do still want to look at it, I can show you. Just let me know. Yeah, being able to query for it. Yeah, exactly. Ooh, anytime you really like start dealing with the courts, you get into a whole bunch of just like regulatory BS. Like governments typically move very slow. It's, definitely something you can do, but I already imagine you doing a pivot to solving the paralegal problem, right? Like the data organization, etc. But again, if you understand it and you feel like you can make that happen, then go for it. Yeah, sounds good. It could be one of those things where like ends up being a bunch of just like manual effort, and that means that you would have to start off doing things that don't scale, because then as you're building it and doing it, you can figure out how to scale it, and that's where like the money is made. As an example, the DoorDash guys, they delivered food themselves in San Francisco to prove out the idea before they got any funding. Right? Do things that don't scale, and then when you figure out how to scale it, you've got something really special. DoorDash is a like food delivery, right? So Uber Eats or DoorDash or Postmates or whatever. Like there's a bunch of just like food delivery sites. DoorDash was one of the big ones, one of the first ones, and it still is. Yep. What's up, Pravan? How you doing? Is there a way to like reject all of these like easily? No, no, I just like they're already like merged like commits and all that. So there's no point to building out those environments, if they're already merged. Yeah, that's probably it. All right, looks like we made it further, so that was just an ephemeral failure from Netlify, which is fine. Yes, that deploy worked. Oh, interesting. That didn't update, but yeah, we'll call it good. Yeah, so the code is merged. If you want to check it out, Godbleak, and see if there's just something simple I'm not seeing, feel free, let me know. Should be able to just pull it down and start inspecting. And if you have questions along the way, feel free and just ask, right? Like which relevant files, etc. If you want to look, like no pressure if not. We'll definitely keep fiddling with it. Like 10 days? Like it's on the 14th, I think. Yeah, plenty of time, but I'm going to be gone pretty much all week. And next weekend, I'm going to need to focus on some slides for Open Feature Summit at KubeCon, like for the talk that I'm giving. So, yeah, like next weekend, we're not going to have nearly as much time as I would prefer. Which really just means, yeah, I want to get this like submission worthy by today. That would be ideal. Because, yeah, like this week, I'm going to be heads down just, yeah, filming for GitCon. So, yeah, I'm not going to have pretty much any time. Love this song, by the way. God, it's so chill. But yeah, November 14th. So, yep, we got plenty of time. Sounds great, Larobi. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we merged in your animation fix. Yeah, I think a big optimization would be, you know how it like lags on first load because it's downloading all of the languages and themes? Making themes and languages lazy loadable would be huge. And it wouldn't be too hard, but yeah, I think it's beyond the scope of what I could probably get done today. It's choppy on my machine, I think mainly because it's the 2014 Mac Mini. Nah, so it's actually something that lives outside of Solid. Nah, so it's not even the hydration. It's like the scripts are downloaded when you create the highlighter. So I can show you real quick. For the most part, it would just be like a use effect or an effect of creating this highlighter as the like selected theme and language change. And then our select drop downs would actually just be bundled themes and just their names. So yeah, realistically, you just recreate the highlighter and you're good. Right? And instead of doing all of the bundled themes and bundled languages, instead it's just the one you're using for this highlighter. One second. Oh, and no, Susa, like, yeah, I knew you weren't trying to steal. I just wanted to verify that. And if you do really want to look at the board, I can show it, but I don't know if it's actually even going to be relevant for you. Because it's so specific to just organizing project ideas, which is very different from how you would organize court cases and the documents for those. I would say instead start fiddling with Trello yourself and see, like, you know, how you would go about organizing that. So what do you need to do to reproduce it? Yeah. Oh. No, that's the tricky part. Yeah, the local dev process for, like, login is not ideal. Right? Because I'd have to, like, you'd have to create your own GitHub application, right? So that's actually annoying. Yeah, it might not be easy to reproduce. I forgot about that. Because, yeah, we got, like, secret keys to do, like, the Google, or not Google, the GitHub login. And then that's how you get a token to save snippets. Yeah, sorry. I just realized that, yeah, I hadn't thought about it. So, yeah, good call. And that should probably go into the docs at some point. Because, yeah, it's something you don't get on, like, the main page. It's on, like, the saved snippet page. So, yeah. So the relevant route is in routes slash snippets slash snippet ID. Yeah, no worries. And let me know if you want me to just fiddle with something to try it whenever you get it. But yeah, at least, you know, knowing which route could help. The music video is filmed really cool. Like, really cool music video for this song. And hey, what's up, Chandu? Yeah, hold on. Let me just paste this because I feel like sharing this music video. Um, our plan for right now is we've got a bug in this state. So if I were to create a new snippet here and save it. Oh, we were logged out. Ooh, we should fix those pages a bit. All right, so we save it, and we get to this page. If I refresh, oh, so plot thickens. It's only a problem we get in dev, not in production. Like, here we go. It's like, it's working completely now. Interesting. Oh, Wait, did our fix for that not go through? No, it's just JavaScript. Uh, oh, production main failed. Okay, so what is the deal? Yeah, Netlify has been really flaky for us lately. Hmm. So yeah, hold on. We may not have fixed it. Oh, I see, Prevan. No, you can use any language you want for that. I thought you were talking about, like, what's it actually using. Yeah, you just pick your language from anything that Shiki supports. Like, you can put any text you want in here, pick the language, and it'll, like, break it up as you need anyway, right? Now, granted, the syntax highlighting is going to be broken, but, you know, for the code that we have in there, it's just code that Shiki is breaking down using, like, you do need to select the language to have, like, the AST nodes be identified properly, which is why, like, you know, very few of this part actually, like, animates the way it should. So yeah, I do think that's actually kind of cool. Like, the language box, you know, like, if we do Angular TS, right, now things in the middle actually animate as, like, the nodes that they should have been. So yeah, kind of cool, actually. And I guess it makes sense because the AST node determines, like, the syntax highlighting, right? Keep the ratio constant. Don't scroll the buttons. If the code is longer, then the code is longer, you know? Right? It's determined by the length of the code snippet you're giving it. Now, we could set the code snippet to always use the maximum value. That can be worthwhile. Basically, when we generate the image, oh, and this isn't going to work because we're not running the server. But the image being generated does use, like, the max height. So it's actually just Shiki and its magic move thing. Yeah, we want to make it actually consistent. So that's a good call. Right, if we go to Giphium itself and we generate it, it actually just sits within, like, a static height. So instead, the preview is not accurate towards what you're getting, right? Notice how there's all the empty space? So yeah, that's actually a great call. We should make the preview actually accurately represent the GIF that you're going to get. So yeah, let me just do that. Hey, all right. So our deploy actually worked. Must have been some caching or something. Hey, all right. So now if we generate that, is it actually going to be the smooth GIF? Yeah, that looks way smoother. Yep. So yeah, Larobi, thank you so much for that PR. Yeah, the code getting squished is something that we'll want to fix. We could probably try and tackle that today. But I think, yeah, making the preview be static as the height is a good idea. So let's figure that out real quick. Okay, so we're able to reproduce it in production now. Like these values just aren't populating. You think the console log is the issue? Or you're saying I should add it just to like further debug? Oh, Larobi, like you're saying we could reuse the same frame because it's just the pause? I like that. Okay, add it to see if we get the value. Yeah, let's do that real quick. Yeah, I like that. Yeah, Larobi, if you want to tackle that, more than welcome. And I could get to it after we get this fix in. But yeah, we got like two minor things I really want to knock out. Sure. Yeah, I think that'd be great. Let me just do that real quick, and then we'll get that log going. Just so I don't forget about this part. Hmm. So we do want animate container. It's better than like it having it pop. Hmm. I don't know if we can if Shiki doesn't support a prop. So container style we want. Stagger we don't care about. So that's the render options. The differ options. Oh, and we probably want to do enhanced matching. Hmm. And then, yeah, sorry. God leak. Yeah, let me get that commit going for you. Oh, I messed that up, though. So, hold on. Messed that up. All right, and then, yes, in editor, you said line 124, add that snippet so we can see it for you. What up, Sergeant Pepper? All right, so that's rebuilding. That's fine. And yeah, this file is massive. All right, so we do see effect is undefined at first, and then effect is this. I'm just going to shadow it. Whatever. Right? Like, I just want to see if this does actually fix it the way I'm expecting. And yeah, it's deeper. All right, so on a refresh, will it blend? Nope. So yeah, shadowing the value doesn't help us. Let me do this. I'm not sure the dependency was reactive there. So yeah, we're like trying to solve two bugs at once right now. It's probably a bad idea, but whatever. We're not able to make the heights work the way I wanted. So you're saying put a show around it? So Godbleak, the main thing is that Shiki Magic Move is actually just this preview. It actually has nothing to do with like the start code and end code. Right? So code in that case is only like left or right. So the preview is working totally fine. This is like the inputs for the text areas. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, I appreciate the help. Like, thank you. Nope, and that's fine. Yeah, code is just the current code so that we can like have Shiki transition. So it's not left or right. It's like, or it is left or right, but it's not like specifically left or specifically right. And it's just part of the preview. So yeah, these text areas are the place that we actually care about. And then yeah, when we go back to renderer here, so I need to rebuild over here in Cheeky Magic Move again. So let's do a quick refresh here. I just now tried that, yeah. Like, I tried shadowing the values from snippet settings into some signals and then using the effect to update those signals, and that had no change. Damn it. Interesting. All right, so I'm not sure of the right place to try and make the height stay static. All right, so as an example, real quick, Godbleak. Yeah, this is where I've added, like, our ephemeral code left, code right that are shadowing the value from snippet settings. And we see that effect has the value we expect it to be. And then over here, this is where we just set code left as the value for the text field and code right as the value for the text field. So something is just off. I'm going to leave it up on screen. If you have any other thoughts, let me know. I do have to use the restroom, so I'll be right back. Headphones fell on the ground. Gross. Try temporarily removing the on change. Okay. Nope. Definitely worth a shot, though. I mean, yeah, we're basically just like throwing darts at the wall. And, that's valid. And yeah, feel free. Let me know. I'm going to keep looking at this. Sure. Yeah, I'm not sure. Like, it's definitely like something to do with the resource, right? Because on the main page, it's populated with the values we care about. But those are like hard coded and there immediately. It's only on this page where we don't get it. So like, yeah, mimicking the resource might be the move. And you could probably just do that with a set timeout or something. And the other interesting thing is that if we were to save, then the hot module reloading kicks in and works. If we simply toggle back and forth, then the value's there as well. So it's definitely just some like timing issue. Hold on, let me look at my fantasy football team. Ooh, Puka Nakua. I think it was a mistake putting him in. But Devontae Smith isn't doing much better, so I'm still on track to win. Oh, Puka got ejected? Or Devontae got ejected? Puka got ejected. Oh, why? What did he do? Jesus, come on. Hold on, I'm reading it. After a pass intended for Nakua was intercepted, another Seattle defender came over to block Nakua as the Seahawks tried to set up a return. Nakua took exception as he had already touched the intercepting player down by contact, and the star receiver appeared to throw a punch at the player blocking him, resulting in the ejection. Prior to being ejected, he had just one catch on 4 targets. A silver lining is that he was able to play after aggravating a knee injury in practice Thursday, so he should be available in Week 10 against the Dolphins. Dude, how much juice are they cranking into guys like that? Right? To like have them heal up? Like how much extra testosterone and like human growth hormone and like other BS is going into them. Definitely questionable. Now I want to see the video of it, though. Is there a video? You saw one on Twitter? Ah, it just happened right in front of a ref. Gotcha. Oh, I love this song. All right, so there's something here in renderer. And it's not these height values. Oh, and hold on. All right, so that's just a linter issue. That shouldn't prevent anything. Some max container dimensions there should totally be accurate. If I could type. So yeah, private, we're going to say max container dimensions there. Yeah, if Prettier is going to be doing that, we'll just disable it for the whole file. Hold on. Where are we doing this part? All right, so then we get back down to these, and if we just make that this dot, all right, so now we need to rebuild Shiki Magic Move. Have we seen Four Wheel yet today? I want to make sure he's not going to break his streak. He's in here? Okay, cool. Just want to make sure. Oh, yeah, I see. Cool. Just wanted to double check. Ooh, what line is this? 491? Oh, we saw Space Case earlier. Yep. Yeah, like right at the beginning of stream. Yeah, good looking though. Ooh, this is a band I'd love to see in concert. Are they still touring? I guess the problem is they wouldn't be at like the small enough venues. Like they'd still get, some of the larger like theater style stuff, which it'd probably be worth it. Like I'd go see Primus anywhere they play. I'd probably go see these guys wherever they play. As long as it's not some arena. I hate arena concerts. Yeah, Cake's awesome. And I love this bass line. I need to add Cake songs to my karaoke list. That would be a good idea. It was like an amphitheater? Nice. Damn. So, yeah. Hmm. So we do see props.style here. Right, we'll proxy this through. And, right, this is one of those cases where I'm okay with the prop drilling. So then here... And yeah, Chet Faker. I don't know if I've seen Chet Faker before. Or I don't even, like, recognize what kind of music they make. All right, so if we rebuild this, I might be able to pass that height value. So he plays everything live. He composes while he's doing it on a pad and a guitar and sings. Okay, so he's like a loop, like artist. Yeah, those type of people are really, really fun to watch. The problem is that it's a lot harder to make it like a proper song. It ends up being like the chorus and the verse and bridge and all that stuff like have to build upon something. So like yeah, it makes it tougher. And because of it, like you end up having the same basic song structure where you got to like build up the loops over time. So like each like section starts out minimal. So that can be a little tougher. But I'm sure he's great. Yeah, I'll have to give it a try. All right, let's give this a shot. Let's see if we get the static height. Interesting. So the props.style value is not reactive in the way we want. Oh, we're getting the width 0, height 0. So something over in the renderer isn't updating the value as we need. Okay, so yeah, later, Nicola. Have a good one. Let's try and rebuild this again. And yeah, for that state bug with the text areas, is there any kind of like escape hatch to trigger a re-render in Solid, right? Like in Angular, you could basically just say like change detector ref dot detect changes. Now, granted, it's usually a foot gun, but it would definitely get us over the line. And you enjoy watching? I appreciate that, Diego. Because we're hard coding that height. Okay, instead... Right, the place that we are passing that style value is here. Right, so then if I go back to editor, well, I mean, thing is, a user could still empty the field out, and then if they empty the field out, then the text areas disappear, right? So that wouldn't work at all, because then they'd have no way of actually adding something into it. So I don't even think it's a short-term solution. That's a good point. Okay. Yeah. So we could explicitly check for undefined instead of just a falsy value. That's not bad. Yeah. Hey, what's up, Cinder? Yeah, how you doing? Oh, they are that fundamental for sure. Yep. Yeah, I think we need to create an issue. I thought I was going to be able to knock this one out. Yeah, I just got to create an issue for it. So make height of the preview stay static instead of changing. Yeah, so Xcrap or anybody else that maybe wants to take a swing at keeping that height static, feel free. Maybe chime in on this issue so that other people aren't overlapping too much. Typo though. Okay, yeah. Nice. So you looked at it. Yeah, I think we're not we're not going deep enough to need to worry about eliminating the prop drilling. Eventually, we may pull out like the settings sidebar into a component. That way, the editor component isn't quite so big. It's like 1,000 lines now. But even then, I would say one level of prop drilling is probably okay still. Right? Once it gets to maybe 3 or 4, then it would be an issue, but I don't think we'll have that problem. And yeah, how you doing, Upton? And yeah, anyone out here that's a Pinback fan, this is Rob Crow from Pinback with his new side project. He lost so much weight. It's nice to know that like his voice didn't end up changing too much. I believe his big secret was he quit drinking. So I don't know if you remember how big Rob Crow used to be, but yeah, now he's like skinny. I'm doing great. Yep. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and it makes even more sense if you look at what we were doing. Like we were doing individual signals for all of our like settings. So yeah, like copying those values into the individual signals on like the saved snippet page would be really annoying. So yeah, it was definitely worth it to group them together into a store. But yeah, not sure. Yeah, no worries, X-Rap. I was just throwing it out there, like, yeah. It to me, it's one of those things that I could just kind of leave. Like, it's not like a UI breaking thing, but it would be a more accurate preview. Like, it would be better to fix it, but I don't think it's essential like some of the other things. So yeah, I don't think I have anything here that I actually want to save. I'm gonna undo it just because none of the stuff we've done uh, is actually worth keeping. So I'm kind of doing that Larobi, but there's like one specific place to do it, right? No, and I think it'll be better for sure. But yeah, Larobi, if you want to take a crack at it too, you're more than welcome. But it's not necessarily straightforward to get the tallest of the two values. We are doing it at the point of animating, right? And we're able to do it when we're generating the GIF, but the elements are treated as a source of truth to generate that even, right? Which means it's a lot harder to reason about when the right time to set that style value is. And it doesn't seem like it was being reactively set if I were to hard code the height value. Now, it's possible that the fix is to create a hard-coded height value, similar to how we're doing the width value. That might be the actual fix. And if that ends up being what you got to do, then, we can make it happen. Yeah, like, yeah, maybe Shiki has it, but Shiki Magic Move is not exposing that to us. So that's the tricky part. So there might be something where you could extract that, but at least right now, it doesn't seem that Shiki Magic Move gives us that. So I could be missing something, though. I think a help modal would be ideal for, like, the next thing I want to work on. Especially since we've got about an hour left before I need to just, finish packing. I'm pretty much done, and then drive to the airport. So yeah, definitely not like the long stream like I was hoping for. Like I did on Friday. But man, like we've gotten so much done, and a perfect solution will use CSS only. Yeah, I get that. I was passing in a style value, right? But that style value wasn't reactive because of the time that we're getting the values. So yeah, I would say definitely give it a shot. See what you can. I think, yeah, a perfect solution is just CSS using the max height values, but also maybe just a directly manipulatable height value like we're doing the width makes sense too. Right? Because a user might want to just focus on the first bit, like a chunk of it. I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure. Like, really, the edge case is what if someone puts in like 1,000-line file? Well, that gets weird, doesn't it? Like, that gets really weird. Oh, 1 second. Sorry, Godbleak. Let me add you as a regular. And I can still look at it, so it was just a link. You think you replicated it. Okay. And yeah, no worries, Larobi. Yep. All right, so yeah, you got the resource. You are making a faux request. I'm guessing faux request is just down here, and it's just a promisified set timeout. Yep. Oh, interesting. I feel like you could just return the new promise. Yeah, interesting. Yeah, the way I would have done this is I would have resolved res, like right here. But again, right, it's not even important. I was just curious about how that was done. That's all. But yeah, I feel like you did recreate it. Oh, and I actually hate this song. I actually thoroughly dislike that song. I'm not a big fan of that one. Well, hold on. Yeah, yeah. I can't remember if this is the one I'm thinking of. What's the Death Cab song where he's like, there's like the hole in the middle of the room? I will follow you into the dark. That's the one I was thinking of. I just wanted to hear that song again. What's the problem with the variable height in the preview? Why need to make it static? Because it's a better experience. Because it's going to render statically anyway. So it would be a more realistic preview. I could see users being a little misled. Yeah, yeah, no worries. Oh shit, I didn't realize this was like live updating. Oh, fancy. Oh. Damn, I should have played Devontae Smith for sure. Damn. So yeah, I'll let you keep hacking at it. But yeah, good recreation for sure. And yeah, so 4 o'clock. I bet I can do this. All right. And yeah, Death Cab's from here in Washington. I don't think I knew that, but yeah, like from right up there in Bellingham. And Modest Mouse is from Washington. They're from Issaquah, which is just like 5 miles away. Like, yeah, probably 10, but still, like, really cool. 10 as the crow flies. You don't think the resource updates the store by default? Okay. So shouldn't the resource trigger the effect still though when it updates? And then in the effect, I'm doing like a setter. Like, okay, hold on. What if I do this? Right? So yeah, here I'm doing like a setter on an effect that should be triggering based on the snippet being fetched, right? No, that's fine. But what if I just do this? Yeah. No, not a fan of that. I just wanted to hear that one Death Cab song. Oh. So yeah, we got like a chicken and egg problem here. Yeah, so, yep, chicken and egg problem there. What did you change about it? So basically, you probably added that create effect. Ooh, and what is value here? Okay. Okay. Right. So if I do that, oh, hot module reload didn't actually work there. Oh, you have to return the new value. Oh. Okay, yeah, good call. Oh, don't. Oh, okay. Sure. Hmm. I just want to see if it's like an event loop problem or something. I like doing this is such a heck, and I'm glad it didn't work. I'm actually really glad that didn't work. I would have been quite upset. Right? I mean, it'd be nice to fix it, but also like, whoa, what a heck. Okay, so what I want to do, yeah, I'm really glad that didn't work. I want to go to the header. We're gonna add a help icon after this. Yep. Let's go to solid UI, which I think I closed. And we'll just do button TB we'll just do TB question mark for now. Oh, TB question mark circle. Oh, nope. Hey, Spheriphoria! What are you up to? Thanks for the raid. You want to see what we're working on? Oh, and Cinder. Yeah, sorry. I'm heading to Arizona next week. And the week after that, Salt Lake City. And the week after that, New York. I totally forgot to respond. So, the main gist of what we're building is this type of, like, socially shareable GIF of your source code, right? You would have to click generate to get the actual GIF, but we can modify it. And what were you up to today, Spheriphoria? I just figured I'd throw this out there as, like, something that we're doing, right? You can change the theme. Right? And we're just, you know, creating these really cool elements. So yeah, basically you can use it for any language you want. That'll determine like how the AST nodes are broken out and, you know, how the syntax highlighting works, and it should support any language you want to use, which is cool. And yeah, it's live right now, so you can use it, test around with it. We're submitting this towards the Solid.js Hackathon, which is pretty fun. But yeah, anyone joining from Spheriforia's raid, what were they up to? Working on his virtual GPU. He had to dip. Yeah, no, I totally get that. Yeah, like, sometimes you just gotta raid and run. But yeah, welcome everyone. How do you feel about this, this like, tool that I've made? Kind of fun? Thank you. Yeah, so I'm basically building out this app for a hackathon. It is for socially shareable, like, diff animations between two different states of code. The thing I'm working on right now specifically is when you first get on the page, I want to give like a set of instructions about how it works. And I want to have like a little button so you can bring that modal back up. So that's the part we're currently on. And let me go look at solid icons. And yeah, we're already kind of like... Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. Right, so button variants we should be able to get. Ghost? Maybe ghost is what I'm looking for? Yeah, and then I do want to get some other icon. OC question N2? Or OC question 2? Sure. Maybe. I think it's not necessarily intuitive that you need to click the next icon. I don't know, Leah, are you still out there? I know that you mentioned you were just tired and kind of like brain frazzled that day, but it may not be immediately obvious that the next button is important. Only devs are going to use it. That's fine. I still think, Leah is a dev. So even if it's obvious, fresh and, with a full brain, when you're tired, things aren't as obvious. So, yeah, I don't know. I feel like because Leah had the issue, I think it does hint at the fact that even very smart people could miss it, right? That's the main gist. Dr. Pepper solves it. There you go. Soul Glacier? Sure. Yeah, Xcrap, if you want to like try your hand at solving some of the color issues, whatever you want to work on, if you want to work on it. I know you mentioned you're busy, but I'll still be like looking at my, I'll be looking at GitHub and like PRs and all that stuff. Yeah, yeah, I understood that. There's also a person who glazes things, right? So the person who's glazing their donuts is a glazier too. But Canilson, thank you for the follow. Welcome. There we go. If we were gonna do that, Larobi, yeah, I think that's right. Um, but the problem ends up being right, like our preview is no longer accurate then, right? So we would want to then make the preview static. And I think you still end up like clicking generate once. It would be a really bad flow for like updating any of these settings, right? And because generate takes time, we don't want to have someone like regenerate the image every time when they're just making some change on the left, right? So the preview for being able to update values is massively important still. Now, what I'm thinking is when you click generate, we could pop open the modal that's going to show you the generated modal. And then from there, like we could have the generating thing in here. That would work. But yeah, because it takes so long to generate, I think it's tricky. And really, like, ooh, showing like a progress bar would be really nice. Ooh. Yeah, I'd love to show the progress bar on this like result page or modal after you've like clicked generate. That'd be cool. Yeah, the back end is very minimal right now. It's just like your saved snippets. Yeah, and I get that, Larobi. I still think like some type of visual would be useful because eventually we'll want to let users maybe assign how long it takes, like how long the animation should take. I think that would be a nice like setting for a user. And yeah, spinner would be like the baseline, but I think we could show like we could actually show a pretty deterministic like loader bar. We're just using TypeScript because it's a very simple API. We've only got like 3 or 4 endpoints, so it's just inside a solid start and no boilerplate. If you're asking how I normally build backends, I normally build backends using Architect, but I have my own boilerplate on top of Architect as well. And yeah, I think generating a video instead of a GIF as an option would also be kind of cool. But that's definitely a stretch goal. Yeah, I mean, Susa, I don't think Architect is what you're looking for. Now, I'm only still using Architect because I have built out my own framework on top of it, but my framework isn't documented enough for me to recommend it to anybody. So instead, you should use some proper API framework. Right? I just use Architect because it's AWS Lambda based, and it does a whole bunch of things for like an AWS Lambda style application. But I don't know, like I don't think there's enough documentation for building what I'm trying to build. Right? That I would recommend it to anyone else yet. I think Architect is really cool, but you're going to end up building a proper framework on top of it because it's just for the architecture. It is very unopinionated. And if you're trying to build an application, you should probably pick an opinionated framework that you can move quickly with. Like, what languages are you familiar with? We could recommend a whole bunch of frameworks based upon that language, like preference. The problem with GIFs is that they're so large, right? So using a GIF is actively consuming more energy than you should, right? A video just consumes less energy because it's smaller, right? So it's better environmental impact. Does that matter for this app? No, but it's still, people will care eventually. They don't have to care right now, though. Yep. Later, bad Nintendo. And what's up, Gardek? Yeah, I saw your permissions thing. Sorry. We got other stuff going. I think we could do 60 FPS animations already with the changes that Larobi submitted. So buttery smooth animations we could still do, but the size of the file increases. So that's why that's a problem. And when you say rounded corners, like, no, video doesn't work that way still. Right? Like video, you can't, as far as I know, you can't do transparent, like rounded edges on a video, right? Like you can't encode transparency into an MP4. For the code container, we already do that. They are rounded corners. That's already happening. Right? Rounded corners are already there. I'm almost positive. Yeah, see? Yeah, we got rounded corners. But the color dithering is terrible. So yeah, video would make the color dithering better. Yeah, it is just the defaults, but we could always just change that. Like, if we just increase this border radius by passing it through to Shiki Magic Move, that would still render out to the final result. So that wouldn't change no matter how we output the video. The only thing video output would do is smaller files and better color dithering. Hmm. Oh, I got you. Anti-aliasing would be better. No, no, that makes sense. Ah, I wanted the word modal. That was it. I don't know if that's still the main fix, but should be part of it. Oh, I see what I'm doing wrong. Nope, nope. I see it. Oh, no. That wasn't it. I mean, part of my job is making content and talking to devs, right? And I can edit video any time of day. So by actually doing dev, it keeps me like relevant to devs, which makes me just a better dev advocate, in my opinion. But yeah, I can edit video anytime. So yeah, you'll see that a lot of nights I end up working on my gaming stream as just like a co-working thing. Oh, it's definitely a passion, but you know, there's value to it, which is I think the important part. And yes, never mind, that's not happening because I don't have this on click set. Right now, I'm not considering that as much yet. We could do it that way. I'm not sure if that's the way we actually care about doing it yet, though. So yeah, the order of the buttons is really not my concern at the moment. In most things, I really do feel like the help is over as the last thing, but maybe not. Like, is there a good website with an example? I don't know. But yeah, I think worrying about that part is not my concern at the moment. Oh yeah, 1 second. All right, let's see. No, you're right. Like I saw it and I forgot. Oh, you're right. Oh, man. Yeah, so the value is actually working in a proper text area. It's not in theirs. Plot thickens. We can just hack it. No, that works. Yeah, great idea. Yeah, good call. I actually even had that thought earlier and was like, why that how could that work? Nah, that's not the answer. I should have just tried it. Yeah, that totally works. All right. Yeah, good catch. Yeah, thank you. Dude, this guy's falsetto is crazy. And actually, this is an OL. All right, so something like that. Right, so pretty basic, fairly straightforward. How do we feel about it? Right, it's pretty basic. I don't know if we actually need this margin bottom. And yeah, font bold, probably not. Yeah, I think it's fine. Like, you know, good enough for now. Um, yeah. All right, and then as per Xcrap's comment, should we move this button before or after the theme switcher, or is the corner the right place? Okay, you think before? Cool. Okay, sure. So you're thinking before theme. All right, works for me. Now, should I style these two buttons the same? right? So like this one should be maybe like the same as this like ghost button. Yes. I do think let's get this. Oh, I like that idea too. These buttons should be the same size, right? So size. Okay, that was right. And we probably want those to be the same colors, right? And we can always improve this, but I think this is a good point at which we can just push this up. I think the 4 was fine. I like the 4. I think just a little bit more spacing makes sense to me, at least. All right, so we'll push that up. So then, yeah, if we click into this, oh, I got room to do just a little bit here because like a couple of our pages end up looking a little wonky, like the logged out page and some of the others. So I don't think I want to do 480. We'll say 640 maybe. All right, and then this content wrapper, I want to go servers up. Ragey, that's what we have. So that's always the age-old question. Do you show the state that you currently have or the state that you would be changing to? That one's tougher. We could flip them, sure. But I would say look at how many other websites you've used and see what they do as well. You'll find that it's not actually consistent. Oh, and interesting. This already has the max width. Why is that max width not working? Oh, because of that. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I don't think hard coding that is the right move. Okay. Yeah, this page definitely needs some more like styling and stuff too. But it's better than it was. When we log out, that looks a bit better. If we log back in, right? We get authenticated. Cool. All right, and then one thing I want to do here. We take in the snippet. And I want to do something like, I don't know, let's say 6px. Hey, all right. Yes, that looks good. I think the padding that we got in here could actually be P2. So now our, like, our preview snippets look a little bit better. Yeah, I think that looks good. And the way we're doing background color, we need to pass through. The shadow stuff we probably need to do too. Hot damn. All right. And then, yeah, we just want to get the shadow stuff. Font family. All right, let's see how this looks. Yep, we got our shadow. We do need the border radius, though. Sure, whatever you say. I don't believe you. Yeah, I think that looks great as far as like having a preview of what your snippet is. So, yeah, into it. I'm going to call that good. We're going to ship it. And it's 5 o'clock. Yeah, we'll let that deploy up. Is it perfect? No, there's always more work to do. Yeah, I'll try and focus on getting my slide presentation stuff done off stream so that next weekend we can do the rest of like cleaning this up and making it look prettier on stream. Because there's always more work to do. And yeah. Yeah, if people want to keep helping, feel free. PRs are open. And yeah, we're going to go raid someone. Who are we going to go raid? We see Musean. We raided Matisse Tech. Oh, a Crutchcorn. Perfect. Perfect timing. And he's learning some Ember. Nice. Ember was one of the first frameworks I used. Technically, I did some Angular JS beforehand, but it was like the worst time to do Angular JS because there was a lot of like issues with, you know, like basically if you messed up spelling a dependency for like the dependency injection stuff, the error it gave you sucked. So yeah, a couple years later, they built some good tooling for that. Angular itself actually makes it way better now. But yeah. So I had a sour taste in my mouth from Angular JS at like the 1.1 days. And Ember was, yeah, like a totally great experience. All right, so YouTube, Algora, and Twitter. I'll see you guys again soon. I won't be streaming again until I believe Saturday, because this week I am recording a bunch of stuff for work for our conference that we do called GitCon. So yeah, I'll see y'all Saturday. And same for all the other people here on Twitch as well. I won't be streaming until Saturday, so what are you going to do without me for a whole week? I have no idea.